All in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Newport Bridge and Charlie's Express. The two favorites barrel out for the front. Gold Templars to the outside of John's in charge, third and fourth. Then about 7 lengths back to My Cool Hand Luke, who's at the back of the pack. Newport Bridge, the gray, has the head in front of Charlie's Express, who kicks on through towards the inside. These two more or less on even terms. They're clear by 5. Over Gold Templar to the outside of John's in charge. They're in tandem, third and fourth. And then about 9 lengths to My Cool Hand Luke, who trails. First quarter mile in a lively 22 3/5. Newport Bridge shrugs off Charlie's Express midway on the turn. Gold Templar and Johnson Charge trying to close in third and fourth, and many lengths back to My Cool Hand Luke as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Newport Bridge, who's homeward bound, has the lead by 4. Charlie's Express has maneuvered to the outside second. Gold Templars in third. They run to the 16th pole. Newport Bridge fully extended. The leads 3 lengths. Charlie's Express on the outside in second. It's Newport Bridge in front. Charlie's Express second. My Cool Hand Luke, 5 cents. Dime Superfecta, $1.55. Second race from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta tries, and they're off. Competitive start. It's Toast to Success and Crystal. These two edge out for the lead. Sweet Carol James has inside position on those two, up into second. And then in fourth, that's Bourbon Blanket. Secord saves ground around that first turn. And Tam Bam has dropped back to the tail of the field. As they corner around the first turn, it's Crystal on top over Sweet Carol James, who's in second. And then a margin of about 2 lengths to Bourbon Blanket, who stalks in third. Toast to Success outside fourth. 3 lengths of Secord, who's to the inside of Tam Bam at the back. First quarter, 24 1/5. Up the backstretch. Crystal has the lead with less than 5 furlongs to go. Sweet Carol James up the inside in second. Bourbon Blanket draws closer in third. Tam Bam with an early move outside in fourth. 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. Passing Secord, and 2 lengths to Toast to Success, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the far turn. Crystal on top, the lead's 1.5 lengths. Bourbon Blanket shadows that one outside second. Tam Bam picks up another spot in third, passing Sweet Carol James in fourth. Then 4 lengths back to Secord, and Toast to Success trails the field as they wind their way to the quarter pole. It's Crystal and Bourbon Blanket. Bourbon Blanket now puts a strong bid for the front end, and Bourbon Blanket takes over. And Tam Bam also launching a rally, and Tam Bam goes from third up into the lead. It's Tam Bam with 3/16 to go, on top by about a half length, now a length, over Bourbon Blanket, who shifts to the outside second. 16th to go. It's Tam Bam on top by 3 over Bourbon Blanket, who's a clear-cut second, but second best to Tam Bam. The battle for third, Secord will get third. Sweet Carol James fourth. $3 to Winning Mutual, daily double, $17.40. Exacta, $4.90. 50-cent try, $2.60. Dime Super, $1.36. They're all in the gate, and they're off. They broke in a perfect line. It's Goody's Girl and Idle Gossip. These two motor out for the lead. Stunning Sugars on the outside in third. 1.5 to Red Wine and Whiskey, who's urged to keep by the jockey to keep up in fourth, and 3 lengths back to Going Home Now is at the back of the pack. It's Goody's Girl up the backstretch, who leads by 3/4 of a length over Idle Gossip, who shadows that one outside second. Stunning Sugars in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A half length to Red Wine and Whiskey, still ridden along to keep position in fourth, and 3.5 lengths to Going Home Now trails. First quarter, 22 4/5. Midway on the turn, and it's Idle Gossip who takes over. Idle Gossip has the lead by a neck over Goody's Girl. Will have to counter up the inside in second, and then 2 lengths back. Stunning Sugar goes wide in third. Red Wine and Whiskey fourth as they turn into the stretch. And it's Idle Gossip. Idle Gossip has the advantage over Goody's Girl. It's Stunning Sugar who's trying to close in on the outside third. Soon up into second, 3 lengths off the lead of Idle Gossip. 16th to go. Idle Gossip has the advantage over Stunning Sugar, and it's Idle Gossip who will give Joel Cruz 2 on the card. Stunning Sugar second. Goody's Girl, $3.80. Dime Super, $2.92. Onward to race number 4. There are no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. And they're off. It's Bay Bank who's sending out for the lead, busting credit on the far outside. Then it's Norgay. Mr. JT's a length and a half off the lead in that cluster. And Tommy the Torch trying to keep position at the fence in second last in a space of 5 lengths to Anything Passable, who's off the inside at the back of the pack. 4 abreast as they race the half-mile pole. It's Bay Bank with the lead, busting credit. Norgay outside second and third. Mr. JT out sprinted right now in fourth, 2.5 off the lead. Fifth place belongs to Tommy the Torch, who's about a length and a half in front of Anything Passable, who trails the field. First quarter, 23 2/5, 2.5 furlongs to go. It's Bay Bank and Busting Credit. These two are matching strides. Norgay races in third, 2 lengths off the lead. Mr. JT, Tommy the Torch are towards the inside, fourth and fifth. Anything Passable trails the field as they turn into the stretch. It's Bay Bank on top. Tommy the Torch, red blinkers towards the inside, will try and punch on through at the fence as they run to the 16th pole. It's Bay Bank, but Tommy the Torch gets on through towards the inside, and it's Tommy the Torch with a come from behind victory, winning by almost 2. Bay Bank second. Anything Passable. Doyle bred Tommy the Torch. $30.40. The winning daily double combo of 4 and 2. Exacta $64. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Stumbling at the start, only Ladus, she's last. It's Classy West and Eddie Marie. These two motor out for the lead. Ring of the Rise and the Blue Blinkers emerges in third. And then it's Sounds of Summer outside in fourth. Practically Summer towards the inside fifth, 3 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 6 to only Ladus, who's at the back of the pack. Classy West with a half mile to go has the lead by a neck. Eddie Marie pressing outside in second. As it's Sounds of Summer deep on the course in a joint third with Ring of the Rise. Practically Summer will attempt to scoot on through towards the inside in fifth, 3 off the lead, and then 5 lengths back to only Ladus, who trails the field. Midway on the turn, it's Eddie Marie and Classy West. Eddie Marie now has the lead over Classy West. As it's Ring of the Rise, he gets off the inside a bit in third. Sounds of Summer goes wide, Practically Summer outside of her as they turn into the stretch, and it's Eddie Marie who's homeward bound. Eddie Marie has the lead by about 6. Classy West has no more to offer. Ring of the Rise and Sounds of Summer on the outside as they run to the 16th pole. It's Eddie Marie who has a substantial lead past the 16th pole, and Eddie Marie will break the maiden today. Sounds of Summer second, Ring of the Rise third, fourth. $760 the winning mutual. Daily double. And they're off. It's Utamaro and HB Plaisance. HB Plaisance gets that early lead and opens up by a couple over Utamaro and Classical, who are able to get over a little bit second and third. Kingdom on Pause towards the inside in fourth. Socks for Daughters in fifth and about 10 lengths off the lead to the outside of St. James. Town Kisser is near the back part of the field, and Manny Penny, after a little bit of a subpar, starts at the back of the pack as they transition to the backstretch. It's HB Plaisance on top. The lead's about 7 lengths. Utamaro is about a neck in front of Kingdom on Pause, second and third. Classical is in the 4th spot. Then we come back to St. James, Socks for Daughters, and Town Kisser. They're across the track near the back part of the field, and 2 lengths to Manny Penny, who trails. The half in 48 4/5. On to the far turn. HB Plaisance on top. The lead's been whittled down to 2. Utamara is now in second. Kingdom on Pause towards the inside in third. 4 lengths to Classical in fourth. St. James towards the inside. In fifth, now losing fifth there to Socks for Daughters. Manny Penny's out of last into the top 5, 4 lengths off the lead, and Town Kisser trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Utamaro's taken over from HB Plaisance. Classical looms the danger on the outside, and Manny Penny's outside of him on the grandstand side, wide open here, 3/16 to go, and it's Classical. Classical now striking the front. Utamaro attempts to go with that one in second. St. James on the grandstand side in third, 5 lengths off the lead, 16th to go. A struggle between Classical and Utamaro. Classical to the outside of Utamaro. Utamaro's game. Utamaro defeats Classical on the square. St. James was third. Socks for Daughters fourth. 1040 the winning mutual. Daily double, $55.50. Exacta, $74. Trifecta, $62.38. And they're off. Half a step tardy, Freud's Fancy. It's Lippin Law who barrels out for the front end. Mays loved Laffy. Cue the music. Cue the music wants a share of the lead. Angles to the outside of Lippin Law. 3 across the track early on. Freud's Fancy is in a ground-saving mode in fourth, and it's Dharma as Hypnotic Flare 3 wider on that first turn, then a gap of about 5 lengths to Last of My Kind, who trails the field. As they angle on to the backstretch, 6 furlongs to go, Lippin Laws on the point, has a lead by a half length. Cue the music, challenging second. Mays loved Laffy, 3 deep in third. A space of about 3.5 lengths. Hypnotic Flares in fourth. Freud's Fancy towards the inside in fifth. Dharma's in second last, and still about 8 lengths to Last of My Kind of trails. The opening quarter, 24 seconds, as Lippin Law up the backstretch with a half mile to go, has a lead by about a length and a half. Mays loved Laffy to the outside of Cue the Music for second. Hypnotic Flares in fourth and 4.5 off the lead. 3 lengths back to Freud's Fancy in fifth. Last of My Kind is out of last, and Dharma trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go, and it's Lippin Law on top by 2. Hypnotic Flare makes a bid on the outside in second. Mays Love Laffy third. Last of My Kind warming up to the task on the extreme outside in fourth, and 5 lengths off the lead, and Last of My Kind is closing in. 3/16 to go. Hypnotic Flare is headed. Lippin Law. Last of My Kind, the danger on the outside. 1 furlong to go, and Lippin Law comes back for more along the rail. Lippin Law reclaims the lead. Last of My Kind to the outside. Hypnotic Flare for second. It's Lippin Law close to home. Lippin Law in front. Second, Hypnotic Flare to the inside there of Last of My Kind. Then it was Freud's Fancy. $8.80 the winning mutual. Daily double, $56. Exacta, $56.50. 50-cent fries, $62.75. Dime soup. They're all in the gate. And they're off. I think that was Lady Banker stumbled at the start. It's Cajunette and Value Dreamer. These two dash out for the lead. Lady Banker recovers, runs in third. Change order towards the inside fourth. Heck of a bust. Mid-pack in fifth. 3.5 lengths off the lead. Pesadilla Chanel's a length behind her. And then 3.5 lengths to Anointed of God, who's at the back of the pack. On to the turn. Value Dreamer has a lead by a half length. Cajunette comes to press outside second. Lady Banker is in amongst horses in third. Change order towards the inside. Pesadilla Chanel charges up to the extreme outside, going from second last up into third, but very deep on the course. Heck of a Bust is about 4 lengths off the lead to the outside of Lady Banker, and Anointed of God trails the field as they turn into the stretch. It's Cajunette. Cajunette has the lead over Value Dreamer. Lady Banker's on the outside in third. Pesadilla Chanel's in fourth. They run to the 16th pole. It's Cajunette on top by 3 over Lady Banker, and that's how they'll finish. It's Cajunette. Cajunette at 6-1 in the nightcap at Finger Lakes. Lady Banker second. Value Dreamer holds third. $14 the winning mutual. Double. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. On Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing, 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got about 59 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, no changes. No changes in race 1. Race number 2. Late work for number 2, Percy. Work out at Finger Lakes, August 14th. 3 furlongs fast surface, 37.10 breezing. Late work for number 4, Tampa Easy. Workout at Finger Lakes, August 14th. 4 furlongs fast surface, 50.30 breezing. Third race. No changes. No changes in race 3 or race number 4. Skip over to race number 5, where we do have a couple of scratches. Fifth race, scratch number 2, Good As He Gets. And number 5, Stimuli. Good As He Gets, Stimuli, 2 and 5, both scratch from the 5th. Jockey change on number 7, El Bombi. Andre Worry on number 7, El Bombi. Sixth race. Sixth race, no changes. No changes in race 6. Race number 7, we do have a scratch of number 4, Joe West. Joe West, the horse, not the umpire. Scratch from the 7th. 8th and final. Got a late scratch of number 4, Last Vintage. Number 4, Last Vintage, a scratch from the 8th and final. Late work for number 3, Big Ego. Workout at Saratoga, August 14th. 4 furlongs fast surface, 51.65 breezing. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Want to remind everyone in a couple weeks to join us for Labor Day. There'll be all sorts of food specials from 11:30 to 4 p.m. at the outside pavilion and the wire. $1 hot dogs, soft drinks, water, chips, and $3 domestic draft beer at the Tin Cup Bar. And then the Jockey's Foot Race will be that day. The annual Jockey's Foot Race after race 5, which is a fundraiser for the PDJF, the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Finger Lakes will donate $200 for each jockey that participates in the foot race. And then guests can win a $250 wagering voucher and 2 buffets simply by selecting the winner of the foot race. One winner will be selected via a random drawing from all the winning selections. That will be on Labor Day, Monday, September 1st, here at Finger Lakes. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. What a day yesterday. I think my guest, Mailmon, had a career day. Had a couple winners there late in the card. He said even his best bet, Lip and Law, won for for the mailman, Rodney. What a good job he did. Udamaro won as well for him. So if you had those horses in the contest, I know that he did, but I think he faded late. I think he showed a little speed in the contest, and then I think Cajun, that was a difficult one to come up with in the last, after how long that horse took to break his maiden. But man, did Chris Progno and Lisa Reed do a good job with that horse. I think Caber Cole also figured out that horse too to win a couple races in a row. Caber with sweeping the late double of the day. It was Joel Cruz who had the best day. Joel Cruz with 3 wins on yesterday's card. Yeah, Lippenlaw. I gotta get that one correct. Yeah, they are doing a memorial for, not here at the track, but locally. So contact HPPA if you want to have more information on that. It was for Reggie Barden. They will do a memorial for him later today. I think it'll be after the races around 5 o'clock. Labor Day right around the corner, as Bill Downs, our announcer, just mentioned it. We have our jockey foot race. Just asked to make the odds of that one. Give you a tip. Carlos Camilo is going to be tough to beat in there. I'm trying to make it the first ever jockey foot race handicap, where I'm trying to get one of those weighted vests from my boxing gym and put it on Carlos Camilo. Just give a little bit of a weight disadvantage, because otherwise he's going to be tough to beat. We've got to move him to the next condition. We have to have 2 races. There's the jockeys that moved on with Gabriel Suarez, Jamie Rodriguez, and Carlos Camilo with a 2 lifetime or whatever. But yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. It always is. It's a big hit, as the jockeys will run usually 70 yards, depending if we have a mile 40 or mile 70 yard race before that one. But generally it's a 70-yard dash from the gate. Obviously, it is a lot of fun. I know they do that across the country as Jockeys Across America Day, but we're going to do it on Labor Day because we generally don't run on Saturday. Of course, a lot of other festivities going on Labor Day as well. You want to come out for all the excitement. It's always a big day here at Finger Lakes Racetrack. Yeah, Cajun, that probably decided the contest, as that one was a little bit of a price in the last race. Yeah, we are doing, if anybody that pays attention to the racing, if you're playing on a regular basis, you are going to want to know we are going to do our annual refresh, call it a recondition or whatever you want to call it. It's not really a full resurface. We're going to do that coming up this week. So take note of that if you are playing the races here at Finger Lakes. It generally, the track does change. Usually it gets a little bit slower. Generally, when we do that refresh, you'd like to see a little extra rain before we start the races again to tighten it up. But we'll keep an eye on that after we do the refresh this week. Yeah, I got this hat from Pan Man. I'm not trying to be Willy Wonka or anything, but he probably got this at a thrift store. So if I'm not in tomorrow because my head's itchy or whatever, I'm a little worried about wearing this particular hat. Anyway, let's look at today's card. It is a never won 3 condition in the first, a 11-9 claimer. Yeah, I don't know if I could. I think I like the hat I had yesterday better than this one. I just kind of looked at it. Anyway, we're gonna go with this is kind of an open race. I mean, I liked Mrs. Maisel as far as class and numbers. Looks like the best horse in the race. Problem is, she's been off since November. Obviously, if somebody's going to win off that layoff, it's generally Michael Ferraro. It's just a long time away for this Ontario bred. It is still in the never won 3 condition, so it's not like she towers over this field that is just an easy play. I'll take that one. You got Red Butterfly in there as well. She's a good closer. But this is a decent field for the 11-9 that you just can't settle on Mrs. Maisel just because she's got the numbers and the class. Obviously, she's going to be the favorite in the race. I just didn't like the layoff. And I'm looking at the complexion of the race. It does look like there's some speed in here. with Sky Travel and Oh Mrs. Maisel. Beauty's Bangle probably will sit a little bit, I would assume. But there's enough pace that Eastern Star, coming off the win, could make it 2 in a row. One of the things I look at with her, yeah, she only won by a head against a notch easier in the 2 lifetime and now moving to the 3. But she was facing some tough competition in New York. And I liked the way that she won. She broke poorly and still ran them down. So she may have won by a little bit more if that didn't happen. Yes, she had the pace, and yes, she got the perfect trip for the day after the bad break anyway, because inside trips seemed to have winning those 2 days at the end of that week. At least a lot of inside trip winners. So the rail was good that day. It was a little further, 6 furlongs, but it does look like she's going to get some pace to chase in this race. The other thing I liked, and I got caught on this one yesterday, in the first race yesterday, because Barrow had 2 in the first, and I actually liked the winner, but Flores opted to go to the other one, and I usually go with a rider, and I'm going to do the same here, because he was listed on Nurse Bunny and opts to go to Eastern Star. But in this case, I do like Eastern Star better than Nurse Bunny. Yesterday, I did like Idle Gossip, but I ended up picking the other one. I mean, I picked 1-2 anyway. They looked like they were going to run 1-2, and that they did. But generally, the jockey's right in that sense. Maybe the other one got a little better of the trip. They still ran 1-2 yesterday. Not sure if these will run 1-2, but I'm going to lean towards Eastern Star at a little bit of a price this time. Idle Gossip wasn't much of a price yesterday. Beauty's Bangle, yeah, I'm wondering what this horse will go off in the first race. I mean, on the morning line, they got this horse 3-1. I don't think she's going to be anywhere near 3-1. I think she's going to be a good price in here, just because you got Oh Mrs. Maisel and Eastern Star in the race. But I think she figures. I don't blame our morning line guy for putting her 3-1, because it's one of those things where when you're in sports betting, whether it's horse racing or any other sport, generally the morning line odds are supposed to be a prediction, and are a prediction of what the public's betting, not the probability of them winning. So that's one of those things with that. And I think she's got a good probability of winning this race, but she's going to be a little bit higher odds because the public isn't going to perceive that. Now, Z-End beat her last time, and if you got to forgive the last race, and that's the other thing. I don't know how much of the public's going to forgive the last race for Beauty's Bangle, because she does drop off of the effort. But her prior race is good enough to beat this field, and that's how you got to look at her. Now, she's better bred to go long, but she's generally better going sprints. That doesn't always necessarily mean anything. She draws the rail. Worry does opt to go to Sky Travel, but he's going to stay more loyal to the Engelhart barn anyway. So I'm going to go with, you got the guy that just won 3 races yesterday, so you're not losing anything. I got Beauty's Bangle for second. Oh, Mrs. Maisel probably is the best horse in the race. Problem is, as I mentioned, she's been off for quite some time. Last time in for 11-9, she won, so I can't blame anybody for playing this one. And if Red Butterfly runs her race, she could add insurance. She did not run well off the layoff last time. Went with a 5-2-1 in the first. I always overanalyze the first. I like to get going with a good analysis in the first. All right, second race goes my favorite distance, 1 mile and 1/16. 11-9 claimer, never won 2. There are some question marks in here, but one thing you can say, numbers-wise and class-wise, it all points to Miles and Miles. Doesn't mean that he's necessarily going to win, but he should. He is the speed of the race, unless they decide to rate him behind Percy. I don't see them doing that because Percy can't win. Percy probably won't win, but Miles, I can't say he can't win. He might win off of the good effort last time, but Miles and Miles looks like the classier horse of the two. Neither one of them are that strongly bred to go long. I think Miles and Miles is a little more on the dam side. I mean, it's a belong to me, but Matoli is more of a sprinter. So, yeah, neither one of them. Percy isn't bred to go long either, but he just beat a field of very easy maidens last time. So, they're both tough, though, because they're both got some talent. I think both of them will be stronger in sprints. But Miles and Miles has been running good. It seems like the mile distance is his wheelhouse, although his maiden win was a longer route and won by double digits. So it shows he can go long. So this shouldn't be a problem. He stretches out today to the mile and the 16th, and really it's just a matter of class and numbers that this horse is just better than this field. And he's got good speed. And I guess the question is going to be, I mean, there is other speed in the race anyway. I mean, even if Percy, who might be compromised because he's got to kind of sit back off of Miles and Miles, who's the quicker of the two, unless they play it the other way, not sure. But Brown Don't Stop's got a little speed, and Tap It Easy just won on Gate to Wire to break his maiden, so he'll probably have company. He is just quicker than these horses as well as classier. Like him on top. English Storm, because of the pace in here, I think might benefit and could get a nice trip in here sitting just off of the speed and making a run. And that's his running style. He was a little closer last time coming out of the sprint races, stretching out. I think he'll sit back a little more today. Let them battle it out a little more, chasing after Miles and Miles, and make a run. Now, if Miles and Miles isn't as good as he looks on paper, or if he gets softened up by going too quick early, I don't know. Caber Cole rode phenomenally the last couple races yesterday. It almost looks like, man, he's back in his groove. I could see Miles and Miles just winning on the front, but English Storm, watch this horse rolling late and switching to Joel Cruz, who's been sharp as well. Well suited. I mean, Luis Pena had a win yesterday on You Tomorrow. Almost looked like the other one hung a little, but he did nothing wrong, kept his position on the rail, and got the victory. So he's a jockey that's getting better. He rides for Grabowski. He's ridden this horse, and he draws the rail. So this is a horse by Uncle Mo out of a dam by Bernardini. The longer, the better. So mile and the 16th today should be perfect for well-suited. And I could see this horse winning. He's a good price at 6-1. But I'm going to like him at the distance. I think he's going to be tough in there. I think you got to include him in your pick fives. Okay, third race, an allowance race for fillies and mares, non-winners of state bred, going 6 furlongs. Yeah, what can you say? I mean, they got 6-5 at ZN, 2-1 Shenandoah. I don't think it's that close. I mean, on paper, ZN should be 1-5, and there should be a bigger margin between the two. Shahano just won a 2 lifetime and a 3 lifetime claimer. Maybe she is getting better, and maybe she could pull off the upset. But ZN just beat a field that you could say is a lot better than, not just better than this field, a lot better. Unicorn Cake would destroy this field, and ZN beat Unicorn Cake. That's all you got to do is look at it. You're not going to get, maybe you will. If you get 6-5 on this horse, she's a nice single, but I guess the only way that you can see if she regresses or if Shahana is just getting better with every race and is that good. And maybe she is. I mean, she's done nothing wrong. She's won both of her Finger Lakes starts against claimers. Is she good enough to beat ZN? I guess that's the way the race shapes up. Other than that, I guess the one horse that does have a chance, and maybe that's why she's so low morning line, is that she's probably the one horse that does have the chance to beat ZN. But again, ZN's either got to regress or Shahana's better than she looks, even better than the 2-for-2 that she shows, because her numbers still aren't good enough. But she should be awfully tough. And maybe she is. Maybe she is getting better and can step up and beat ZN. But ZN, really the only race she lost was Mamba Gigi got loose, and Mamba Gigi had a head start that race. Other than that, ZN has won every race, and now she moves to the 1 state bred, which is almost like a step back, a drop in class. The 5 Light Thoughts, she could be getting better. She came in here, and it wasn't like she's a 5,000 claimer. She was running against tougher in New York. She dropped to 5 when she came here, was claimed, and then came back and won again against the 11 and 9s. Tried allowance horses at the end, and she wasn't that sharp at the start, but she still didn't look good enough that she was going to beat Unicorn Cake and ZN. It was a 2-horse race, but she didn't run that badly behind Sienna Unicorn Cake. She's better than the rest of them. They're 5,000 claimers. The question is she better than Shahana, or she could beat Shahana for second if you're playing exactas or tries? Kind of how you got to look at race number 3. Could be 4-1, could be 4-5, or if Shahana steps up, it's 1-4. I mean, but it's really tough to beat Sienna in the third. As good as you can look at the third. Fourth race, an optional claiming allowance. 30,000 is the claimant tag. Actually, there's a horse in here for the tag. It is more Vino. The rest are in for either the 4 lifetime or the not winners of 2 since the date. It is the best race on the card, though. This is our, we'll call the fourth race our feature race of the day, because you got a couple stakes horses in here. You got Ladies Golden Guy, who won the Leon Reed 2 times, one of them by DQ, might win another one by DQ. The big key to this race is Squire Creek. Squire Creek has the rail. He's got speed. He does show a bullet worse since the last race, but that's going to be a factor. I mean, maybe Squire Creek can run back to some of his tougher optional claiming allowance races and win this, but either way, he's an issue for Ladies Golden Guy. If Squire Creek's not in this race, I would love Ladies Golden Guy. I still like Ladies Golden Guy, don't get me wrong. I did use him on top, but I think the issue is going to be how he's going to deal with Squire Creek, because if he gets mixed up in too strong of a duel and gets softened up, here comes Crypto Causeway to win the race. And that's kind of how I look at it. But the big thing is, again, if Squire Creek's on the race, I'm not even going to think about it. Even Ladies Golden Guy's even money morning line, I'm taking him on top. But the fact that Ladies Golden Guy's 9-2 in here with his class, I'm going to take him on top either way. But he is going to have to deal with Squire Creek and what Raylu's going to do with that horse. Probably send to the front. Crypto Causeway, he's cutting back in distance. He's going to have some ground to make up here, but he made that big move against Jack and Bernie when Jack and Bernie got just a little bit short late. Jack and Bernie opened up a lead in the stretch, and here comes Crypto Causeway and Newport Bridge. By the way, Newport Bridge, David Iola pulled off the upset in the first race yesterday. Congratulations to him, as he beat that heavy favorite. But Crypto Causeway almost pulled off the upset, and then was squeezing an extra 5-minute inquiry on Jack and Bernie at the start. Almost became the winner of the Leon Reed this year. The last race didn't get out all that sharp, but didn't really run his race either. He never really got his legs under him. Z-Bear ran the best race Z-Bear could possibly run and pulled off a big upset, catching Steiner. But Crypto Causeway, I was surprised that this horse didn't hit the board against that field. Well, if you can forgive the effort, again, it might have been the start, could have been compromised, it's still a factor. If you can forgive the effort, he cuts back in distance today and should make a move. The Institute's looks like the other one, but he doesn't deserve to be the 5-2 favorite in this race against stakes winners. All right, fifth race, 5,000 maiden claimer going to mile 70. Scratch the 2, good as he gets. That's a big scratch. There would have been a strong player in here. Scratch the 5 stimuli. Here we go. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer, and you got a $375,000 horse by Justify. I don't know if that's a positive, that the fact that this horse is in for 5,000, but how do you go against him? For real, how do you go against a horse? I mean, even if good as he gets stays in the race, that was going to be the one to maybe beat him. Maybe the horse is just going the wrong way so much that he can't beat 5,000 maidens. But this is a horse by Justify. We don't see too many horses by the Triple Crown winner that they paid $375,000 for. I got to use Majestic Michael on top, and obviously not going out on a limb in this one. You got a couple of the main threats. On Cloud Wine does take the drop in 5 if Majestic Michael, for whatever reason, doesn't have it. Again, the form isn't good on that horse. I mean, Majestic Michael has been losing by double digits. Maybe there's an issue here that he might not be good enough. He is a 5-year-old, and he's only made 5 starts. So there's obviously some issues. So if that horse doesn't have it, you got to think a horse like On Cloud Wine or Tip of the Boot would be the other one to have a chance at the upset. Those are the other two. On Cloud Wine comes out of a race that was pretty decent. The winner did come back to win out of the race. And it was his first start of the year. And he caught a sloppy track. So there's some excuses there. Coming off a layoff, going a route, you don't see too many horses win doing that here at Finger Lakes. So he's off a layoff, going a route against a pretty decent field at the 11-9 level. Now he's got a race under his belt. He should be a little sharper for this race, but it does come down to Majestic Michael. How good is that horse? I don't know. 5,000. Tip of the Boot would be the other logical horse that's left with good as he gets scratched out of here. He tried a route last time and ran decently. Ran second. It's 100-1. So those are the ones where you like the winner. Opportunity will look like a much the best horse. I think was the favorite in the race. So if you took that one and went all, you catch Tip of the Boot running, just kind of following the leader in a sense, but was 100-1. That's a wake-up call. But maybe it was because he stretched out. Maybe the prior 2 efforts, because it was a sprint, maybe he just needed the route. Hard to tell because he was overmatched in New York. But what a wake-up call. 100-1. Well, you're not going to get 100-1 today because of the 5-horse field, but you might get some value at decent odds because Majestic Michael is going to be 2-5. Maybe. Sometimes the odds will surprise you. 6th race. The $4,000 claimer for fillies and mares. It's a non-winners of a race since the date, going 6 furlongs. I just saw David Iola earlier. I was joking with him about Flattery's Music. I mentioned that one, and I joked with Michael Sabine as well about he drops a 4 and David beat him twice with his horses, caught him down the lane where he looked like she was gonna be the winner. Unfortunately, it looks like a tougher field today, but Flattery's Music still plays. Well, at least Flattery's Music knows David Iola doesn't have a horse in the race. I am going to go with a big class draw. I don't know what to do with this horse. She's off since November. That's a long time away from the races. I guess I'd rather take a horse in for 4,000 coming off the layoff than another horse just coming in for 11-9 like the horse in the first, Ole Miss Maisel. Here's a horse that was running against Sweet Anniversary and Fabulous Fox, and now is in against Coffee Futures and Wine Trail. It's a significant drop, has the weight off. You'd like to see a race to see where this horse is at. You'd rather the horse be in a route, being by Lemon Drop Kid. And I think that was mainly the problem last year. So you got to question why this horse is in for 4,000. It's hard to like anybody else in the race, so I'm going to take her on top on the drop. But again, the layoff's an issue. Ramon looks next best. Ramon goes back to Di Diego and drops in class to 4,000. We've seen Ramon run some good races. Usually Jackie Davis would always hit the board with this horse and win sometimes. By the way, I'm hoping that she's going to do the show with me here soon. I got to get a hold of her. But Ramon, yeah, the last race you got to forgive it. It was a much tougher field than this one. But if you can draw a line through the last race for Ramon, might be the winner here. Yeah, Flattery's Music. If it was 5.5 against this field, I would have took her on top. 6 furlongs. Watching her stop the last couple times, right at the end, it's hard to take her on top. And there's other speed in the race with Super Slide in the race, so it's hard to like her on top, but hard not to use her in the top 3 because at the level, she's running second. She's just getting caught at the end. Maybe today's the day for Flattery's Music. I went 2-5-1 though. Just don't know what to do. That's one of those horses. Well, these are that type of races, and you got a horse that's coming off that long of a layoff. What do you do with a horse? You obviously like her more if she was 5 or 6 to 1, but she probably won't be. Scratch the 4, Joe West out of race number 7. It is a never 1-2 allowance race. Yeah, Military Road looks tough in here. The one knock I got on Military Road is the amount of seconds that he's had with the percentage of starts that he's had. I mean, granted, he's only 1 for 9. He hasn't had a ton of starts, but he's got 5 seconds. That's generally a red flag about a horse taking him on top. But at least he got the maiden victory recently. Generally, when you see that, a horse gets a second or third a lot, then they finally break their maiden. It's generally more starts than 9. They come back and win against winners. It's like a confidence builder for the horse. There's something to that. The other thing there's something to is the breeding on this horse. By Quality Road out of a dam by AP Indy. You got to Justify earlier. You got this one too. Breeding-wise, class-wise, Military Road should beat this field. Now, he's a little better on the dam side, bred for turf. But overall, he's just got better breeding. I think the half to this one was a stakes winner on the turf. Great Sister Diane. Well, you know, he gets a lot of seconds a lot, but so does Jake's Orchard. That's one thing to say about Jake's Orchard, who I had to use in the top 3 today with a bounce back effort. But Burn Notice, I thought, was the main win threat to Military Road. Burn Notice ran a big effort to break his maiden off of a layoff. Again, you don't see horses win off the layoff going long here much at Finger Lakes, and Burn Notice did. He just ran into Skippy Town last time. Skippy Town's a good one, and he didn't break all that sharp either. Unfortunately, he got Military Road instead of Skippy Town in this race, but if Military Road doesn't have it for whatever reason, Burn Notice is the biggest win threat. Jake's Orchard is your top 3 threat. What can you say about Jake's Orchard? He's been a good horse to play for second, except for last race. Maybe something went awry last race. He's chasing the pace, and then got tired of chasing and couldn't keep up with Skippy Town late and just faded. Always runs well. So it's hard to believe he ran as bad as he did last time, but I would think that he bounces back to being the top 3. Look at the record at the distance. Doesn't matter if it's mile 70, mile 40, mile 16th, but 3 seconds and 4 starts at the distance. He likes to be second. Of course, I got him third. Maybe we'll start a third thing with. I'm not sure he's better than Burn Notice. That's why I had to use him third. But he probably will somehow finish second because that's where he likes to finish. All right, 8th race. That's the last race on today's card. Yeah, we got 8 today. You know, that means our pick 5s. One's in the 1st. We got to think about it for a second. The other one's in the 4th. So 2 pick 5s. We got a scratch of the 4. Last vintage. Okay, so you got a $340,000 horse earlier. Now you got a $150,000 horse. Normally you say that's a big money horse here at Finger Lakes. Well, it gets outdone. This horse earlier that's worth more than double this one. But Big Ego will also very strongly bred. Big Ego is a half to Bostonian. I think we saw that horse at one of the early young New York bred races. I think the 2-year-old race. I think that was last year. Also is a half to Curly Girl. Both of them won 2-year-old stakes races here. I think it was the Aspirant that Bostontonio won, and Curly Girl won the Ladyfinger. Correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the 2. Last race was not good for Big Ego. Comes off a horrible effort on the turf. But what if this horse doesn't like the turf? How much does he beat this 5,000 field by? If you got the horse by Justify earlier in for 5,000, you got this horse that's, again, half the Bostonian in for 5,000. It's a $150,000 race. And you also got Viking Warrior in this race that is by War Dancer in for 5,000. And you got some classy, well-bred horses. But I'm going to lean towards Big Eagle because I think he's the speed of the race here. Lean towards him. He's the best bred. Of course, Viking Warrior is very well bred too. Both of these horses are making huge drops in class. I would use all three of these horses, the 2, 3, and 7. Although I would like these drop downs a little. I mean, I guess they are all drop downs. But Viking Warrior goes turf to dirt. The biggest problem I have with Viking Warrior, not just the big egos of speed, and that's why I lean towards that one, not really bred for the distance. And they've been going long with this horse. Did try a sprint in the debut, actually got bet that day, and then went long every time. Of course, the last race they did try a 5.5 furlong race on the sprint. Just kind of overmatched in those races. Takes, again, doesn't matter sometimes when you're talking about 5,000 maidens if they're bred for the distance, because I mean it's just the competition. The dam's a half to Dr. Shane, who won the futurity here. Of course, a lot of sprint breeding on that damn side. That, I guess that would be the issue with Viking Warrior. But again, it's a $5,000 maiden. You're generally facing easier competition in a 5,000 maiden, depending on how good Big Ego is. We'll see. But you got two big drop downs coming from New York, or the Spa most recently. Fast Amendment, you would normally say, takes a drop, should win for 5. And then you look at these two horses coming from Saratoga. Again, Cabercoa finished the day off pretty tough yesterday. We'll see how good Tap It Easy is. Tap It Easy won on the front end and just didn't come back in that route race. And Fast Amendment just couldn't make up any ground. Actually made up some lengths to be third, but was no threat to Tap It Easy. We'll see how good that one is. It'll make Fast Amendment look better. But the big thing is he's dropping to 5 as well. I think you got to use all three of these if you're playing pick 4s and pick 5s. I would. I don't even consider Palmissimo because he's dropping too and adding Lasix, even though he hasn't shown much in the few starts. You got to respect those connections as well. So if you're going 3 or 4, it's a real tricky last race just because what do you do with these horses when they're that well bred and they're in for 5? The race earlier, obviously, too, with a horse by Justify. Enjoy today's card. No contest today. I think everybody's licking their wounds after yesterday's contest. I think it was Gilfordy and Mailmont. They're both thinking they're going to win. And then, boom, Chris Progno, Lisa Reed, take them out in the last. Well, we don't have to worry about the contest today. But good luck with your wagers on today's card. Remember, we continue live racing. We are going to continue tomorrow. Remember, Wednesdays tomorrow, we're going to go a little bit later, just Wednesday and Wednesday only, with the 1:15 first post. I'll see you then.
Horses coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Oh Mrs. Maisel, and Luis Perez. Other half of the entry, the 1A Red Butterfly and Sofia Vives. Number 2, Beauty's Bengal, Joel Cruz. Number 3 is Sky Travel and Andre Worry. Number 4, Nurse Bunny, Kevin Navarro. Number 5 is Eastern Star with Jeremias Flores. And already on the turn, number 6, Ruby's Mission and Michael Davila Jr. Track is fast. First race in approximately 3 minutes. Late jockey change in the first race is 6, Ruby's Mission, Raylu Gutierrez. Post time in a couple minutes. Those of you in simulcast land or here at the racetrack or wherever you're at, free programs for Finger Lakes available online at fingerlakesgaming.com. Fingerlakesgaming.com. You can find free digital programs for download. Approaching the gate for the opener here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 fillies and mares, 6 betting interests to go 5 1/2 furlongs. Track is listed as fast. Nurse Bunny going up. Looks like we got 2 more left to load. Eastern Star and Ruby's Mission. 3-2 on the entry of Oh Mrs. Maisel and Red Butterfly. 2-1 on Sky Travel. Ruby's Mission to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Sky Travel who bursts to the front. Ruby's Mission on the outside with Eastern Star second and third. Then it's Nurse Bunny, followed up by the entry mates, Oh Mrs. Maisel and Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly up into fourth, now up into third. And at the back, that is Beauty's Bengal, who's about 13 lengths off the lead. It's Sky Travel on the engine, has the lead by 4 over Red Butterfly, who's in pursuit in second. Eastern Star nudged upon in third. Oh Mrs. Maisel towards the inside fourth. Ruby's Mission outside of Nurse Bunny, fifth and sixth, and 6 lengths back to Beauty's Bengal, who's at the back of the pack. A quarter of a mile left to travel, and it's Sky Travel who turns into the stretch with a huge lead. Eastern Star, the bright gray on the outside, then the entry mates, Oh Mrs. Maisel and Red Butterfly are plugging away. Sky Travel has a long 1 furlong to go, has the lead by 5. Nurse Bunny, Oh Mrs. Maisel, and then Beauty's Bengal. Sky Travel leads by 3, and Sky Travel will do enough to win. Nurse Bunny second, then it was Beauty's Bengal and Oh Mrs. Maisel. 3421. Number 3, Sky Travel first. To the winner's circle, number 3, Sky Travel. Now 3 for 6 lifetime, New York bred, 3-year-old bay filly by Boisterous out of Skydiver. Gary Barber, owner breeder. Chris Engelhardt, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. 5.5 furlongs and 106.33. $6.20 the winning mutual, first race official. Exacta 122.50. 50-cent trifecta, $119.62. Dime superfecta, $109.75. Second race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 2 in about 22 minutes at 1:31 p.m. Once again, free digital programs available for download at fingerlakesgaming.com. Free programs online at fingerlakesgaming.com.
All right, race two coming up, and that was Sky Travel just getting loose on the front end. Went that 22 first quarter, but Worry put him to sleep with the second quarter as they went 46 to the half, and she was going to be tough to catch from there. So Sky Travel, pace makes the race. Andre Worry gets the victory for trainer Chris Engelhardt to start it off. Second race is an 11-9 claimer. This one goes a mile and a 16th. Going to go a long route for here. Never won two condition is this one. You're going to get some money on the 6. Miles and Miles broke his maiden by a lot when the horse went 1 mile and an 1/8. So obviously the distance shouldn't be a problem in that sense. I know he's by Batoli's more sprint, but it's proved he could go the distance with the route victory. So he'll stretch out after a couple sprints after being claimed. Ran for 25, and the numbers in the class just simply better than these. Miles and Miles probably going to be a favorite in here. Right now, he is getting bet on the board at odds of 3-2. The 4 is Tap It Easy. Tap It Easy showed good speed when breaking his maiden. Of course, doesn't look like he's going to get loose with Miles and Miles in the race. Miles and Miles with good early speed to go with him. But he did open up a big margin, so it's hard to say how good he is because he did beat up on a little bit easier when he faced the 11-9 maidens. But I guess it's a positive sign. He stays for the price to go into the 2 lifetime. So he's getting some play. But the key is how much pressure he's going to get early, and it does look like there's speed on the outside with Miles and Miles, who actually looks quicker than that one if he wants to be. English Storm could pick him up if the pace backs up, and it does look like there's a chance that you could get an early duel in here. So English Storm coming off a second place finish where he's closer to the pace, just kind of following the leader, chasing home Prophetic. That was the first time stretching out of the sprint, so he's a little closer. I'd expect him to be a little further back today and make a run. The one well suited, the same thing. He should get a trip from the rail. He stretched back out last time, ran behind English Storm, but was right with that rival at the end. So he should be able to work out a trip from that inside position. And maybe a sense of if they go quick early or quick throughout, a couple of these horses that are sitting back and making a run could have the advantage late, and well suited and English Storm might fit the bill for that type of running style. But class-wise, it does look like Miles and Miles has an advantage on these. Exacta Tri Super, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts with race number 2. Good luck.
Horses are coming on the track for the second race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Well Suited in Luis Pena. Number 2, Percy, Luis Perez aboard. Number 3, Brown Don't Stop, and Relu Gutierrez. Number 4, Tap It Easy, and Andre Worry. Number 5, English Storm, Joel Cruz. And number 6, Miles in Miles with Kaber Koa. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the second race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go a mile and a 16th. 3 to 5, number 6, Miles and Miles. Last raced at the Spa. Tap It Easy going up. English Storm. And Miles and Miles. Even money Miles and Miles. 2 to 1 on number 2, Percy. They're all on the gate. And they're off. It's Percy, Brown Don't Stop, English Storm, Miles and Miles on the outside. Miles and Miles and Brown Don't Stop. Those are the two that kick on with it early on. Percy is to the inside of English Storm for third. Tap It Easy's off the pace today in second last, and Well Suited is at the back of the pack as the top two are very wide as they navigate that first turn. Brown Don't Stop has a lead by a half length. Miles and Miles outside in second. Percy tugging at the jockey to go on in third. A length and a half, 2 off the lead. Tap It Easy able to split rivals in fourth. English Storm outside of him, and Well Suited's at the back of the pack and only about 4.5 lengths from top to bottom as they race up the backstretch. Brown Don't Stop with 4.5 furlongs to go, lets it out a notch, has a lead by a little over a length. Miles and Miles chasing in second. Percy in the white silks towards the inside third. English Storm 3 wide. Well Suited able to scoot on through towards the inside, going from last up into third is Well Suited. A nice move by the jockey and will be to the inside of Percy on the far turn. Tap It Easy is in fourth and about 10 lengths off the lead. English Storm is next, and Miles is at the back of the pack. All the meanwhile, Brown Don't Stop has built up a 7-length lead. Well Suited is on the outside in second. Percy races in third. Then it's Tap It Easy in fourth. They got 3/16 to go. It's Brown Don't Stop who has a lead by 7. Well Suited is a clear-cut second, and Percy is in third. 16th to go. It's Brown Don't Stop. Brown Don't Stop did exactly that. Brown Don't Stop crushes, winning by 3. Well Suited second. Percy third. Tap It Easy fourth. 3124, number 3, Brown Don't Stop first. Mile 16th, 147.83. In the winner's circle, number 3, Brown Don't Stop. New York bred, 4-year-old Chestnut Gelly by Big Brown out of Night Train. Signature Thoroughbreds owns Orlando Noda Trains, Raylu Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Ashred Mohammed bred, Brown Don't Stop. $6.90 the winning mutual daily double 45.20 exacta 34.20. 50-cent try $36.37. Dime super $31.25. Third race Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Third race starts a 50-cent pick 4. Post time race 3 in about 18 minutes. We had a claim in the second race, number 6, Miles and Miles. New owner trainer Rachel Sells. It was a three-way shake, Miles and Miles. Claimed out of race number 2.
All right, getting ready for race number 3. Another horse getting out there on the lead and kept going. Raylu able to be aggressive with Brown Don't Stop, and that one didn't stop and kept going in race number 2. They found the horse a little bit late. It did take some late money. Certainly performed well. What was that? FedEx or one of those companies. Allowance race is the third. Fillies and Bears not won a state bred going 6 furlongs. I guess this is a race we'll find out how good front speed really is, because ZN looks tough and he's probably not going to be on the lead. So she has done nothing wrong. She's won 4 of her 5 starts. The only start she lost is Mamba Gigi getting loosened, and that one's a multiple winner. Last race, she won a tougher race. Unicorn Cake is better than these horses. ZN's better than these horses. So this is actually kind of a step back, in a sense, to go to the 1 state bred after winning that one other than her 4 lifetime that she was in last time. So she's the horse to beat. But see if the track beats her more than anything. But she should be awfully tough. Shahana is probably the main threat. She won't get the lead like she did last time. She was a beneficiary of a paceless race more than anything. She got the lead in 47 and change for 6 furlongs. They're not going to do 47 this race. She actually closed to win her other race. So how good is she is the question. Did she really improve, or did she just take advantage of the lack of pace last time? Well, you got Tasty Wave and Light Thoughts in here, so she's not as fast as them, so she'll have to go back to sitting and making a run. She hasn't lost here, but she didn't run against Z End either. She moves to the 1 state bred. She looks like she's better than the rest of them, though. So she's a 5-1. And the other one, Light Thoughts, would be the other main threat. If she could put away Tasty Wave, she's actually a big threat. If this track, they did some quick times the first 2 races. If she could get out there and get the advantage over Tasty Wave early, she's a big threat. She won 2 in a row before trying the allowance race, and she got caught chasing and ended up fading against Z End and Unicorn Cake. She could prove awfully tough in here if she does end up getting to the lead at some point. I went 4-1-5. Zach to try Super Daily Double, pick 3 and pick 4 starts in the 3rd.
Horses coming on the track for the 3rd race from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Shahana, leads the post parade with Andre Worry. Number 2, Tasty Wave, Kaber Koa. Number 3 is Tumbles and Hemon Harkey. Big favorite, number 4, Z End, Joel Cruz. And number 5, Light Thoughts, Luis Perez. Post time in approximately 3. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have made their way to the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Start of a pick 4 wager field of 5. Big favorite 2 to 5. Now 1 to 4. Number 4 is The End. Winner of her last 2 races. Five to 2 on number 1, Shahana. Also a winner for her last 2 races, albeit condition claimers. But impressive nonetheless. In her last win was Shahana. Tasty Wave. The End and Light Thoughts. Bit of show money on Z End. Not a full bridge jumper scenario, but 5 figures nonetheless. Light Thoughts is in. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Z End and Tasty Wave who send out for the lead. Light Thoughts on the far outside in third. Then it's Tumbles and Shahana's towards the inside at the back of the pack. 2 by 3 as they race up the backstretch. And now Tasty Wave spurts clear by a length and a half. Z End defers in second. Tumbles, Green Blinkers third. Light Thoughts extreme outside up the backstretch, now up into third, 3.5 off the lead. And Shahana's going to be in some tight quarters at the back of the pack as they got about 3.5 furlongs to go. Tasty Wave, ZN challenging for the top spot with 3 furlongs to go. Light Thoughts ranges up to the outside, up in the second. Tasty Wave backpedals third, tumbles, nudged to punt in fourth, and 4 lengths back to Shahana, who's in the 5th and trailing position as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And ZN looks good. ZN comes off the turn, leading by a widening 5 lengths, now 6 over Light Thoughts in second. Tumbles is towards her inside third. Shahana getting on track, finally on the far outside in fourth, but well inside the final furlong. It's ZN. ZN's gonna make this winning streak 3 wins in a row and is now 5 for 6 lifetime. Close for second. Tumbles. Shahana tumbles second. Shahana third. Light Thoughts fourth. Four, 3, 1, 5. Number 4, ZN first. 6 furlongs, 111.84. Back to the winner's circle. The big favorite, number 4, ZN. 5 for 6 lifetime, this New York bred. 3-year-old chestnut fillet by Weekend Hideaway out of Z Smokin' Gal. Deborah Breed and Carrie Ann Breed, the ownership. Deborah Breed, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Deborah Breed's the breeder as well. 210, the winning mutual. Double $11, exacta $31.60, 50-cent try $17.62, dime super $5.67. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time race 4 in 19 minutes at 2:28 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 4. That race was over when they took the entries, but ZN going pretty well. Yeah, that's an easier spot when you go from that one other than or 4 lifetime, move into the one state bred. She's supposed to win, but it just shows how good she is right now, though, as she had no anxious moments throughout that race. Joel Cruz for Deborah Breed. See her either in the 2 state bred or into the Niagara Stakes. So we'll see ZN next. Good looking filly, though. Optional claiming allowance is the 4th. It is a 30,000 tag, or in for the condition of a never won 4, or not win 2 since the date. There's only one horse in for the tag, and that is More Vino. He'll be in for the $30,000 tag. Pretty good race. This could be considered our feature when you consider the talent in here. You have stakes caliber horses. The Ladies Golden Guy is a stakes winner. Crypto Causeway close to being a stakes winner. And Tacony Road just won a stakes race earlier this year. So a good race. I did lean towards Ladies Golden Guy. Good price morning line at 9-2, currently at 3-1. As you see, the money pretty spread out, as it is a good quality field. Ladies Golden Guy last year was just not the same horse as prior years, but it almost looked like he bounced back a little bit this year. Now, he's supposed to win the first start of the year. There was no speed in the race, not with his kind of speed, and he dusted him. But he ran very good in the George Barker, where he battled with Looms Boldly and then got softened up by Looms Boldly, and Tacony Road took advantage. But he ran behind his stablemate, Jack and Bernie. Good effort in a 30,000 allowance. Just never really in it in the Leon Reed. And that was his race. I mean, he's won 2 of them. But if you could draw a line through the Leon Reed performance, he kind of took a back seat to his stablemate. You look at this race, Squire Creek's the only other speed in here. And Squire Creek has the rail. The track is a little speedy through the first few races. That Ladies Golden Guy, if you put that one away early enough, he can hold off horses like Tacony Road and Crypto Causeway today. Crypto Causeway, yeah, he kind of ran a clunker last time, but might have been compromised by the start more than anything. Just missed against Jack and Bernie as he was rolling late. So he cuts back in distance, but he may need some help up front. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the late pick 5 starts with race number 4. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track, 4th race at Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Squire Creek with Relu Gutierrez. Number 2, The Institute and Luis Perez. Number 3, Ladies Golden Guy, Nasario Alvarado aboard. Number 4 is More Vino, Andre Worry. Number 5, Tacony Road and Emmanuel de Diego. And number 6 is Crypto Causeway with Jeremias Flores. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Horses have reached the starting gate for the fourth race from Finger Lakes. Pretty good optional claiming allowance race, going 6 furlongs. Evenly matched on paper, 5-2 on number 3, Ladies Golden Guy. 3-1, number 2, The Institute. 3-1, number 6, Crypto Causeway. Fourth race kicks off the late pick 5. More Vino, Tacony Road, and Crypto Causeway. Crypto Causeway to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Taking up after the start, more Vino. It's Squire Creek from an inside post sitting out for the lead. Ladies Golden Guy 3 wide. The Institute up close. Now backs off a little bit in third, 2 off the lead. A space of 3 lengths back to Crypto Causeway is a length and a half in front of More Vino. And Tacony Road's at the back of the pack as they have a half mile to go. Squire Creek on top by a half length. Ladies Golden Guy stalks outside second. The Institute in a good spot in third. 3 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths to Crypto Causeway urged in fourth. More Vino's in second last, and a length and a half, 2 to Tacony Road, who trails the field. First quarter, 23 and a fifth, less than 2.5 furlongs to go, and the Institute with a 3 wide bid for the front end. The Institute contending for the top spot as Squire Creek attempts to go with that one. Ladies Golden Guy drifts out wide, and then it is Crypto Causeway who's skimming the inside. Crypto Causeway's up into third and 3 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. It's Squire Creek on top. The Institute second. Crypto Causeway has nowhere to go. Well, now trying to go to the outside of Squire Creek, and Crypto Causeway gets the racing room. Crypto Causeway wins over Squire Creek. Then it was the Institute, close for fourth, More Vino or Tacony Road. 6124. Number 6, Crypto Causeway first. 6 furlongs, 112.06. Back to the winner's circle. Number 6, Crypto Causeway. New York bred, 6-year-old Big Ellie by First Samurai out of I'm Authorized. Donna Beretta, owner-trainer. Jeremias Flores, the winning jockey. Linda McConnell and Bruce McConnell bred Crypto Causeway. $11.80 the winning mutual. Daily double $11.40. Exacta $102.50. 50-cent trifecta $100.50. Dime super $62.15. 50-cent pick three $15 even. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2. Good as he gets. Scratch the 5. Stimuli. Put Andre Worry on number 7. El Bombi. Worry on number 7. El Bombi. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time, race number 5 in about 20 minutes at 2:58 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 5, and yeah, Crypto Causeway going well for Donna Beretta. That one getting the victory to start the pick 5. What a good horse that one turned out to be this year. Scratch the 2, good as he gets in the 5th. The 5,000 maiden clamor going to mile 70. Also scratch the 5, Stimuli. Yeah, there's going to be a favorite in here that, man, you look at this race and you look at the breeding. You got a horse by Justify in for 5,000. That's not necessarily a good thing all the time. There's a reason they've given up on the horse, but the last couple of races haven't been good. Getting beaten by the length of the track against, I mean, those are open maidens. They're not even, I mean, this is a Kentucky bred. They paid $375,000 as a weanling for Majestic Michael. That's out of an unraced mare that's a half to multiple stakes winners. Uh, on paper, yeah, I mean, they don't run the race on paper, and sometimes when it looks too good to be true, it usually is. So that's not necessarily a positive. It's hard to go against this horse. 1 to 4 is the price. And then is if you like the horse, who do you go with for second? If that one hiccups or doesn't have it, probably the next best on paper is the 4 on Cloud Wine. On Cloud Wine only had one start this year. It was for 11 to 9, and now drops to 5. And that was the first start off the layoff, going long in the slop. So you can make excuses for the horse. Plus, it was a good 11 to 9 field, won by Neptune Beach, who came back to win his next start. So this horse has every right to improve second time this year. But again, it all depends on how good the 6 is, Majestic Michael. Yeah, you see by the betting. Yeah, he's bet down to 7 to 2. Next logical horse in the race. The other one that might be an outside possibility if the 6 doesn't have it would be the one Tip of the Boot, who woke up in a big way at 100 to 1 last time. Putting the blinkers back on and stretching out. Well, it was the first time long for 5,000, and maybe that was the key, going long. And so, Wicked Strong, the sire. So, yeah, should go long. And, maybe it was a case of just following the leader. It was basically a 3 to 5 shot that won the race, and this one just kind of bested the rest of them. There wasn't much else in there. But at least it was a wake-up call for Tip of the Boot and might be going the right direction. At least found the right distance. It's not a sprinter. 7 to 1 is the price on that one. So you got about 5 minutes to post for the 5th. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts in here.
Horses coming on the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2 and 5. Here's number 1, Tip of the Boot, leading the post parade with John Barrios. Number 3, a horse named 10 Run Rule and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, On Cloud 9, Rafael Rahina Jr. Number 6, Majestic Michael with Raylu Gutierrez. And number 7 is El Bombi with the jockey change Andre Worry. Post time in a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go a mile 70 yards. 3 to 5 favorite number 6, Majestic Michael. Majestic Michael goes in. El Bombi to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's 10-run rule, Majestic Michael. Majestic Michael gets the lead over 10-run rule. Tip of the boot, scrapes the paint in third, now up into a joint second. El Bombi, 3 wide around that first turn in second last, and a few lengths back to On Cloud Wine, who's at the back of the pack as they corner around the first turn. It's Majestic Michael who has a lead by a length and a half. Tip of the boot is towards the inside, and then it's 10-run rule on his outside. 10-run rule back into second. Tip of the boot in third. Then 3.5 lengths to El Bombi, who's about 3 lengths in front of On Cloud Wine, who trails. First quarter mile, 24 4/5 as they travel up the backstretch. Majestic Michael on top. The lead's a length over 10-run rule, harassing outside second. And then a space of about 2.5 lengths to Tip of the Boot, who settles in third. El Bumby is to the outside of On Cloud Wine. Those two about 10 lengths off the lead. As they got 3 furlongs to go, Majestic Michael goes to the opening half in 49 1/5, and Majestic Michael draws clear. Majestic Michael on top. Let's call it 9 lengths. The battle for second right now. Tip of the Boot is to the inside, a 10-run rule. And then it's El Bombi as the favorite Majestic Michael goes out to the center of the course. And this race changes completely as they reach the top of the stretch. Tip of the Boot has the lead, but now it's On Cloud Wine. On Cloud Wine now striking the front with a final furlong to go and opens up by about a length. Tip of the Boot tries to come back towards the inside. On Cloud Wine, Tip of the Boot, On Cloud Wine in a very strange race. Tip of the Boot second. El Bombi third, 4-10-run rule, and pulled up out of the race, Majestic Michael. Stewards opposed the inquiry signed. They're going to take a look at what happened there with the 6. Please hold all tickets. Back to winner's circle number 4 On Cloud Wine. Kentucky bred 4-year-old Bay Colt by Vino Rosso. Out of R. Frosty 1, Bradley Dufresne and Wendy Dufresne, the ownership. Troy Smith, the trainer, and Rafael Brahina Jr., the winning jockey. Stewards take down the inquiry sign. They ruled that Majestic Michael kind of bolted on the turn, caused his own problem. Prices $17.60 the winning mutual. Daily double $78. Exacta $46.80. 50-cent trifecta $44.37. Dime super $23.67. 50-cent pick three $20.87. Pick five 5 of 5 $1,024.75. Six race Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick three wagering. Post time in about 23 minutes at 3:33 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 6, and quite an interesting 5th race to say the least. Obviously, Majestic Michael was much the best, looked like he was going to win the race, and then lost action on the turn and was out of the race. Then here comes everybody else. The 4 takes, or sorry, the 7, the 4 takes out the 7 on the turn. That wasn't the inquiry. The inquiry, for some reason, wasn't on that. Was on the 6, and then the 4 ends up winning the race. Fun race. That's probably as good a 5,000 main claim in fun race as you're going to get. But On Cloud Wine actually gets the first win of the year for trainer Troy Smith. Rafael Rohina Jr. aboard for the victory. 6th race, 4,000 below bottom claimer. This for fillies and mares that goes a distance of 6 furlongs. And look at some of the contenders in here. You know, some early money or Flattery's music. One of these days, she's going to hang on. Since dropping to 4,000, she blew clear leads down the stretch. Both 2 horses trained by David Iola. Well, it doesn't have to worry. No horses trained by David Iola today, so she's going to see if she can win it on the rail. There is other speed in here, though, with the presence of Super Slide. I did go with the 2. You know, this is a risky play. Maraviglosa has the weight off, but has been off since November and takes a significant drop to 4,000. Yeah, you get what you pay for when you're playing horses like this because you don't know what to expect, but she doesn't have to be much to beat these 4s, but that is a concern off so long. She's getting some play at 3-1. Ramon, she's not the same horse this year, so she drops to 4, but you look at the races last year, they would easily beat these. 3rd start off the layoff, maybe going back to Diego, she could run well and get the money. Those are the main contenders for the 6th. Another fun race. This is a below bottom 4. Exacta tries Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts here.
Coming on the track for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Flattery's Music with Rafael Rahina Jr. Number 2 is Mira Viglioso and Alexa Marie Cintron, apprentice aboard. Number 3, Super Slide with Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Coffee Futures and John Barrios. Number 5 is Ramon and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 6, Wine Trail and Laird Bailey. And number 7, Fidalia. Chris Russell aboard. Post time at approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Ramon going up. Wine Trail and Fidalia. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Coffee Futures who sends out for the lead super slide as Flattery's Music getting on track from the back of the pack up into a joint third with Ramon. Then it's Wine Trail. Miravigliosa now threading her way through traffic, now up into third. At the back, it's Fidalia jostling for position as they have a half mile to go. Coffee Futures has the lead. Super slide. Miraviglioso second and third. Ramon's in the clear outside in fourth, 2.5 off the lead. Flattery's Music behind rivals in fifth and 3 lengths back to Fidalia, who's to the inside of Wine Trail, who's under pressure at the back. 2.5 furlongs to go. Coffee Futures has the lead by a length. Miraviglioso outside in second. Ramon is in third. Then it's Flattery's Music. Super slide towards the inside in fifth, and it's Fidalia as they turn into the stretch. Coffee Futures shaken up. Miraviglioso is on the stand side. Flattery's Music's at the fence. 1 furlong to go. Miraviglioso has the lead by 3 parts of a length over Coffee Futures and Flattery's Music in deep stretch. It's Miraviglioso victorious. Coffee Futures second. Flattery's Music third. Ramon fourth. 2415. Number 2, Mira Viglioso to the winner's circle. New York bred. Makes her yearly debut. A winning one, 6-year-old dark brown mare by her Lemon Drop Kid out of Saltwater Rain. 3 players stable. Owns Luis Gutierrez trains and Alexa Marie Cintron an apprentice. The winning jockey. Hibiscus Stables bred Mira Viglioso. 820 the winning mutual. Daily double 64.50, exacta 79.50, 50-cent tries 62.50. Dime super $48.05, 50-cent pick 4. 4 $72.87. 7th race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Joe West, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time in 21 minutes at 4:03 p.m.
10 minutes to post for race number 7. And looking back at the 6, man, had the Mad Bomber here today as Flattery's Music went off a heavy favorite in that race. I don't know how the horse could have been 3 to 4 in there, but you got a Lugu Exacta. Beravaglosa with the class drop. I guess there were some question marks with that horse coming off the layoff. Well, she answered it. And Coffee Futures ended up getting the lead, and she hung around for a piece as well. But Alexa Remy Cintron gets the win with that apprentice weight for Lugu, who swept the Exacta. How often does that happen? Well, of course, remember, the end of last year, it was Louis Gutierrez who had the dead heat, a rarity. Both horses were trained by Lugu. Scratch, I guess that's just random. Scratch the 4, Joe West in this race. No doubt about who's going to be the favorite in here. The 2, Military Road. Question is, does he want to win? He's 1 for 9, but he's got 5 seconds. The one win was at this distance, the mile and the 16th. That's when he broke his maiden in his last start. It was an off-the-turf event at Delaware. So the fact that it was his last start is probably the positive. That could be a confidence builder. Finds a nice spot here in the 2 Lifetime. Military Road on the numbers looks awfully tough, and looks like he's going to be tough to catch as he's inside of Jake's Orchard, who looks to be the other speed. The 5 Burn Notice could sit a trip here behind Military Road and Jake's Orchard. Burn Notice comes off a 3rd place finish behind Skippy Town. Skippy Town was a heavy favorite in there and just proved to be much the best. That horse is good. Came off the artificial surface when he came here, has won 2 in a row on the dirt convincingly. Well, and Burn Notice hasn't run a bad race here. Looked good winning when he broke his maiden, and then last time just got beat by a better horse, and he was making up some ground. So he's the main threat to Military Road. It looks like these 2 should be awfully tough in here. Jake's Orchard's more of an underneath horse. So you could use him probably for 2nd and 3rd if you could forgive the last effort, and you can, as this horse got caught chasing. He'll be on the front line with Military Road early. Just a matter of how long he lasts and how that pace scenario goes. If you notice, the record at the distance is actually good when you consider how many seconds this horse has. 4 races at the distance, 3 times second. That's Jake's Orchard. He likes to finish 2nd. Here we are. Not for Nothing is one that could improve. Remember, he was here as a 2-year-old, ran a solid 2nd behind another good 2-year-old, Carcone, and then just dominated when stretched out to a mile. Just absolutely dominated. Cut back in distance and almost pulled off the minor upset in the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. Those for 2-year-olds. Now, those numbers aren't as good as our older allowance numbers, so this is only a 2nd start of the year, though, so he does have some room to improve and a good possibility that he could. He is a big price right now at 8 to 1, just because only 2 horses in a 5-horse field are getting play, Military Road and Burn Notice. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double offered in the 7th. Again, scratch the 4, Joe West.
Horses are on the track for the 7th race. From Finger Lakes, scratch the 4. There's the 1, Find a Name with Juan Diaz. Number 2, Military Road, Cabercoa aboard. Number 3 is Not Fanutin and Luis Perez. Number 5, Burn Notice and Sofia Vives. And number 6 is Jake's Orchard. Emin Harkey in the irons. Post time in a few minutes. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go a mile and a 16th. 3 to 5 favorite. Number 2, Military Road. From the Miguel Clement barn. And then strong second choice at 3 to 2, number 5, Burn Notice. Military Road going up into the gate. Not Fanutin. Then Burn Notice and Jake's Orchard. 3 to 5, Military Road. 9 to 5, Burn Notice. Burn Notice is in. Jake's Orchard's in, and they're off. Good start for Jake's Orchard from an outside post, going out for the lead. Military Road, the 1 to 2 favorites up the inside in second. Then we got a line of 3. Find a Name, Not Fanutin, and Burn Notice are at the back of the pack as they lean into that first turn. Jake's Orchard able to cross and clear. Military Road shifts to the outside in second. Not Fanutin races in third. Find a Name towards the inside fourth. Length and a half back to Burn Notice, who takes up residency at the back of the pack and about 8 lengths off the lead. As they angle on to the backstretch, Jake's Orchard doling out the early fractions, has a lead by a half length. Military Road poised to go on the outside in second. A space of about 3 lengths to Not Fanutin is a clear-cut third, and that horse is about 3 lengths in front of Find a Name, and a half length back to Burn Notice, who's at the back of the pack. They run past the half-mile pull. Jake's Orchard on top. The lead's a half length. Military Road racing in second. Then about 4 lengths to Not Fanutin third. Burn Notice out of last, and about 6 lengths off the lead, and 2 lengths back to Find a Name. It trails. The half was in 49 4/5, midway on the far turn. And it's Military Road who takes over from Jake's Orchard. Not Fanutin in the yellow blinkers outside up into second. Burn Notice is in fourth, but will be spun out very wide for the stretch drive as they turn into the stretch. Military Road is set down for the drive, has the lead by 3 lengths. Not Fanutin shifting ground. Jake's Orchard at the fence, and Burn Notice on the grandstand side. As they run to the 16th pole, it's Military Road who is a cut above the rest. Military Road and Caber Coa report home in front by about 9. Burn Notice second. Not Fanutin third. Jake's Orchard fourth. 2536. Number 2, Military Road first. Mile 16th, 147.53. Military Road pays $2.30 to win. 7th race official. Military Road. Official winner of the 7th race from Finger Lakes. Military Road. 2 wins in a row for this Kentucky bred. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Quality Road out of Private Ensign. Cold Press Racing owns. Miguel Clement trains. Cabercoa, the winning jockey. Sienna Farms bred Military Road. Double $8.80, exacta $5.60. 50-cent try, $5.10. Dime super, $2.49. 8th and final Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Last Vintage. Exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the 8th and final in about 18 minutes at 4:31 p.m.
All right, get ready to conclude this race card with race number 8. Man, when they're favorites, they are heavy favorites. Money sent down on Military Road and did not disappoint as he goes off at odds of 1-9. Cabercoa for Miguel Clement. As they come in, you might see more of that as I'm coming in for that 2 lifetime allowance because they're running that one other than or 2 lifetime in New York and they're still eligible. And that one just cruises to victory. We scratched the 4 last vintage. And, speaking of horses that are getting some class relief, you look at this field. You got Big Ego, $150,000 yearling. I mean, it's not even as much as the one earlier that lost its action. But this one's a half to Bostonian and Curly Girl. Both won 2-year-old stakes races. Looks like the speed. And then you got Viking Warrior, who is by War Dancer. It was the Damsa after Dr. Shane, who won the Futurity here, is the 2-year-old. You got Palmissimo, a pretty well-bred horse. And then Fast Amendment, who also drops out of a dam by Lemon Drop Kid, probably wants to go further. That's the one that's going to get play, but probably the further the better. I mean, this is a mile 70. This one probably wants to go a mile and an eighth, mile and a quarter with his breeding. Actually, might be a little short. But the 3 Big Ego looks to have the class edge and numbers edge on this field, and also a tactical edge. This horse looks like the speed of the race, and catch him if you can. And that's what Heeman Harkey's going to do. Put him on the lead, see if they catch him. Viking Warrior, probably the biggest threat. Not a good race in his last race, but he gets some serious class relief, dropping to 5,000. Not really bred to go long, but when you're dropping to 5, sometimes it doesn't matter. So they're going on the track for the last race. Just a reminder, a little bit later tomorrow, if you come in for tomorrow's card, 1:15 will be the first post on the Wednesday card.
Horses are coming onto the racetrack for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Here's your post parade. Number 1, Mano y Mano, and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2, Fast Amendment with Cabercoa. Number 3 is Big Ego and Heeman Harkey. Scratch the 4, number 5, Palmissio and GM Rohina. Number 6, Waiting for AI and Luis Pena. And number 7, Viking Warrior and Andre Worry. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 1 mile and 70 yards. 9-5 second choice Fast Amendment. Now 2-1 on him. He goes in. Current favorite Big Ego locked away. Palmisio. Waiting for AI and Viking Warrior. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Pretty good start. Mano e Mano going out for the lead. Big Ego alongside in second. Palmisio will be 3 wide around that first turn in third. Fast Amendment will be ground saving around the turn in fourth. And then it's Viking Warrior, who's a few lengths in front of Waiting for AI, who's dropped back to the rear of the field as they navigate the first turn. Mano e Mano, and those red blinkers has the inside and the lead. Big Ego rates on the outside in second. Palmisio, white blinkers in third, 2 lengths off the lead to the outside of Fast Amendment, who's covered up in fourth. 2 more lengths back to Viking Warrior, who's about 8 lengths in front of the trailer, Waiting for AI. First quarter mile, 25 seconds as they travel up the backstretch. Mano e Mano has the head in front of Big Ego. Fast Amendment along the inside in third. A couple of challengers outside of that one, including Viking Warrior and Palmisio. They're now third and fourth as Fast Amendment tries to keep position. It does exactly that. Still needs somewhere to run, though. 2 lengths off the lead and many lengths back to Waiting for AI, who trails the field as Big Ego takes over. Big Ego with 2.5 furlongs to go leads by 1.5 lengths. Viking Warrior, Fast Amendment, the dangers, second and third. Palmisio's in fourth and 7 lengths off the lead as Mano e Mano drops back as they turn into the stretch. Viking Warrior 3 wide. Big Ego's at the fence. Fast Amendment can't keep up with those two at this point in time. Will shift to the outside and attempt to re-rally. 1 furlong to go. A showdown between Viking Warrior and Big Ego. Viking Warrior with the head in front of Big Ego at the 16th pole, and it's Viking Warrior. Viking Warrior give Worry a riding double. Big Ego second. Fast Amendment third. Palmisio fourth. 7325, number 7, Viking Warrior first. Viking Warrior to the winner's circle. 7th career start. Lucky one for this New York bred. 3-year-old duck run gelding by War Dancer out of Esther the Queen. Vincent Scuderi, owner breeder. Jeremiah Engelhart, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. $8.20 the winning mutual, double $11.20, exact to $30. 50-cent trifecta, $14.75. Dime Super, $6.30. Pick 3, $17.37. Pick 4, $105. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $593.25. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for Tuesday. Next live racing day tomorrow, Wednesday. First post at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. This is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.